Hello everybody and welcome to another stream. It is North Korea time. It is time to play on our hard mode career and let the Kerbals do stuff and get things done. Now we started yesterday. We started our trip off to Duna. Alright, let me pause this music. We started our trip off to Duna. So today we're going to see we're going to continue that. However, it's 230 days. So we're going to have to do stuff in the meantime while the trip is carrying on to try earn some more money and that, so we can get more science and improve our stuff quite a bit. Now we did get some stuff which is interesting. We got a new scanner. We got a new atmospheric thing, which would have been great to go to Duna. Yeah, all for the extra science. So let's go and see what else we can do with this. I mean, I'm thinking maybe do some atmospheric stuff and bring it up to the moon station or things like that. But let us continue with the game and see where we are at. Alright, so resume save Korea Fridays. I should actually rename that. I should rename that to North Korea. It's definitely something that I need to do. Alright, and wow, it's hard to believe that it's Friday already. It's the weekend coming up. Alright, so what we were doing is we were looking at getting this Moon Station updated. So that is where we left off yesterday, before my card kind of went out. Now I've got the new card, I've installed the new card, the Ripsaw. We did a stream last night, and that seemed to work really, really well. So I haven't had any problems yet. Now, as you can see, I've kind of updated my satellites to be in a good orbit. Oh, it wants another one over here. Now we've got the other craft on the way to Duna. Yeah, they are. So they're on the way to Duna. Now, if we look at our alarm clocks, we've got various ones set up, you know, to obviously pay attention to them at specific times. Hey there, Magman. We're going to just dropping in to drop a slot. The Magman's a slot addict. All the Kappas, you see, he's good at losing. Alright, so let's have a look at this. We've got some Kerbals. Ooh. Dufred. We've got 3 Kerbals actually in orbit. So we've got to actually collect these Kerbals. And they're actually all at the same height, 81, 87, pretty close. So I think before we continue building the replacement vehicle in the space station, which was, you know, not the replacement vehicle, the extension, which we were building yesterday. Where was it called? Mooner Extension, I think. Moonlander, Mooner Expansion 1. Did we even save it? Ah, yeah, this was it. To overthrow the alien probe. Nice, nice. So we're actually calling this Lunar Expansion 2. This is the second in the line of expansions. So this is sort of the craft that we need to send up there. But we're gonna have to find a different way of doing this because this is a really long and unwieldy craft. Have to find a different way of doing this, but this was kind of our start of the expansion of the Lunar Station. But before we do that, what I think we should do is let's have a look at Lunar Expansion. Can I take this and delete that one? Yes. Right, so we got so this is Lunar Expansion 2. So we're gonna have to carry on and build this one. Yeah, the Magman, the new card is working fantastically. It's great. No problems at all with it. I actually sent I sent a support ticket to Media. I doubt they're ever gonna even look at it. I haven't been very good with providing support so far. Alright, so what we're going to do is we're going to rescue the 3 guys that are currently up in the atmosphere. So I think we had a couple of rescues. Rescue craft. Let's see, rescue 2. What's 18,000? That's not really a good rescue. Tourist plus rescue. I mean, that would take 5 people. That would do it, but how much is this? 6,000. Oh, we don't need that much. Surely we don't need that much. Okay, so we're gonna just it's easier to create a new one actually. Yeah, tech support is pretty much non-existent. Alright, so we've got to rescue 3 Kerbals. We're gonna have to send up one to obviously do it. We actually might as well get some science while we're at it. So, this will be kind of... This is 5 Kerbals. So this will be 5 Kerbals. So this would kind of work. Now we've got new science. We've got the seismic accelerometer. We've got the scanner. We've got the atmospheric thing. So we have got some new science. Question is, how can we use this? And I think I know how to use this. What I'm going to do is maybe have under the payload, kind of have this guy here. And let's see if we can throw in some stuff. First of all, we're going to throw in some batteries. Going to need batteries. So we've got some batteries there. Science now. No, it's always... Yeah, don't know if we need that. We've got the accelerometer. Let's see. Okay, we've got the accelerometer there. We're going to throw in this atmospheric thing. Put him over there. Throw in this because why not? And throw in the temperature because again, why not? We're also going to take this thing off. I'm going to turn it around like that. so that the guy can come down there very easily and get all that stuff. Throw these guys on there as well. Again, why not? And that's pretty much all our sites. Now I could do this guy. I don't know if it's really you really need it. That's the question. Do we really need this? I mean, we've got this many times over. But then again, hey Max Q. But then again, why not? Why not? Just, you know, have this like a little science sip. So this is a rescue science vehicle. I mean, that should work. Oh, Sniffle! They won't let you get more bits. Oh noes. Why won't they let you get more bits, Sniffle? They say you, it's because you're a bithole. Sniffle is a bithole. If you're running what a bithole is, that is Sniffle Wizard. He's, yeah, he steals all my bits. Oops, that's too small. There we go. Alright, so... true story. No, I'm not kidding, it's true story. Snuffle, how's it going? Well, yesterday, I had a, my AverMedia finally gave out. And at the end of the stream, it was a lot of glitching and stuff like that. So... luckily, sort of I was starting to suspect it was glitching. It was going out. So I actually had bought her another ripsaw, and yesterday afternoon it arrived via Amazon package just as my AverMedia became impossible to keep up anymore. So I'm now using a new card, the new ripsaw, and it's working pretty well. And at the same time, what I did was I got myself a mic stand, you know, a mic boom with a pop filter, so I'm actually able to have the mic mounted a lot closer to me. I don't know if you can see it. So you can see there's, yeah. There you go. See, there you go. There's the mic, and that which is now mounted a lot closer. It used to be further away. I don't know if that's making any difference to my voice being clearer or stuff like that. But it definitely makes it, I'm more speaking into the mic now instead of over the mic and hoping that it picks up the sound. But again, don't know if that causes much of a difference, because these Yetis are pretty good. I'm actually very happy with these Yetis. Do I need something? Oh, your Bolol. Bolol Yeti? What the hell is a Bolol Yeti? I have no idea what a Bolol Yeti is. But anyway, yeah, so blue. Oh, okay, yes. Yeah, I've got the Yeti Blue. They're great mics, USB mics and that. They really are awesome. It's unless you want to go into the whole soundboard mixing and stuff like that, which quite honestly, what have I got that needs a soundboard? You know, nothing. Yeah, I've got a second laptop that takes all the stuff, but soundboard and stuff like that, I've always contemplating whether to get one to control the sound and stuff like that. But I think the sound of my stream is actually fine. I don't think I need anything like that. Get voice meter banana for virtual soundboard. Again, do I need it? You know, do I actually need it? I can control the voice, so what sounds have I got? I've got sounds coming from the browser, which are pretty much, I've got the YouTube thing coming in on the desktop. which is my voice thing, which has got its own volume control. I've got the sound from Stream Alerts, which are just the CLR stuff, and then I've got the HDMI coming in, the sound from that, and then the Blue Yeti, and the Blue Yeti's got its own, it's got its own volume thing. The other stuff's got its own volume thing, so you know, it's just really, once you set up the volumes, no real problem. I'm not sure I need it for anything. You know, I was trying to do it, but then I said, you know what, I'm getting a little bit too complicated. Hey, Minecraft. So we are just setting up a quick craft to do, yeah, it's been a while. We are setting up a quick craft to do a rescue. Now, what if I do this? Okay, so I have this guy at there. Have these guys. Now I'm thinking we got the scientific instruments at the bottom. What is the... That is impact of 8 Gs. That is impact of 45. And this one has an impact of 14. There we go, okay. I've been good. I've been good. I've been streaming a lot. It's what I'm doing. Yeah, and yesterday I actually played some rock on stream, and it was quite cool because I had the a whole bunch of the developers of rock popping in and helping out, you know, answering questions and things like that. Pretty awesome. You thought I had a mixer board? Nope, just got a laptop. Just got a laptop. And everything is plugged in via USB. And yeah, I'm actually doing nothing special. That's kind of the weird thing with this. I'm doing nothing special with my sound. It's just, everything is just plugged in. So, yeah, once I got the volumes right, I mean, this headphones is actually plugged into the laptop. So whatever you guys are hearing is exactly what I'm hearing. The volumes and everything else. A new space battleship. Is that in a space battleship? In Imperium? I'm just trying to think where else you would make a space battleship. Would be Imperium, wouldn't it? Alright, so we've got some KSB. Ha! Alright, what, using the BD Armory. So that's looking good. Alright, so one thing which we actually need to do as well is we need to give ourselves some electrical power. I'm going to just pop these two guys over there. And that should be enough. Now we've just got to get this BD Armory. No BD. Then how could you do a battleship? But she has firepower. Yeah, well, post an image of it. Let's have a look. Okay, so this looks good. Right, now we've got to get this. We've got to have this in space maneuver because it's got to pick up 3 Kerbals, so it's got to move around quite a bit. Let's have a look at your... Ooh. Oh, that's... that looks actually pretty awesome. That really looks awesome. Hello, Kenny. That actually looks pretty awesome. Let's see what he's done is he's got the missiles drop out at the bottom. Yeah, that looks pretty. Nuclear engines at the back there. So yeah, obviously you cheat this one into into the atmosphere. It's don't think this thing would ever make atmosphere from the ground. It doesn't look like it's got enough engine-wise to do that. Any ideas to add? Yep. Little docking ports at the top with small little docking ports at the top with small little fighter craft attached to it. How about that? So your fighter craft can go out and maybe little SSTOs that will go down to the planet and come back up. So yeah, that looks pretty awesome. So we've got an air gypsy. Right, so we are just building a quick rescue craft to get 3 Kerbals up there. Alright, so we've got now we just need to add some maneuverability to this. Now with these two we should have enough kind of SAS to move around. So what we've got to do is how much is too much. Alright, so that's 980. Let's maybe play it a little bit safer. And that will allow us to move around really quick. Oh yeah, that will work. But then you can have like the whole line of docking ports on that, which will be pretty cool. Alright, so this will give us plenty of maneuver room in space to go collect those Kerbals. Again, this is a pretty easy thing, but it will increase our stock of Kerbals. Because as we do in more space stations, we are definitely needing more Kerbals. And we're sending them away as well, so that's pretty cool. Alright, so pop this guy up here. And we've got to get this into... We've got to get this up into the air. What am I doing? I want that. Give it a skipper. 1,500, alright. Then throw in another one over there. Now, I'm just waiting for Shafak to come back, because he gave me a craft yesterday, which I was having problems with, which we didn't get a chance to look at because of the problems that we were having. And so I've got the craft in the system. I just need to load it up in a sandbox, and we can help him out with that. Because his question was, why is his craft always flipping? It's a flippy craft. Flippy flip. That's almost there. Maybe we can do this without actually extending this too much. 14934. Yeah. We actually don't have to do anything else to this craft. It's just a long, narrow craft. This will work. Literally don't need to do anything else. What we will do, however, is we will throw some parachutes. Yeah, we might put some fins on it, just to give it a little bit more control. Let's see. These are at 60, and make it like kind of high. Right, so these guys will obviously go over there. Pop these guys. This will be at the next stage. And might as well do it over here as well. Because when it comes down... it might as well drop those ones. When it drops those ones, might have a chance of saving it. And fins. Fins is a good idea on this craft. It will just help it get right. Now we don't need any sort of communication with it or anything like that. Again, not really needed. Right, so which fins should we have? Winglets. Winglets. Those are our basic fin. Deluxe winglets. Alright, so let's get those. And we just put it like this. There you go. Done. Now it's a bit of an expensive craft, but what can we do? Wait, what's that? Just let me check what this says. Yeah, that's Avameter's actually sent me a thing. Did you try stopping and starting? What does your DX Diag say? What's blah blah blah? You know, it's like the card is glitchy. It's a problem with the card. Got nothing to do with the software. A glitchy card. So if you spin around in your chair and look at the card again, does that change anything? No. No, it does not. Okay, so there we go. We got this. Right, so let's well, actually, you know what we're gonna do? I actually am going to include an antenna on this. In fact, I don't even need to include a big antenna. I can do a small one. The small one will be fine because we've got our whole satellite network up. So yeah, we don't actually need a big antenna. That's what the whole satellite network will take care of. Okay, so save, and let's see, who are we going to send up? We are going to send up, not Jeb, we're going to send up this other pilot. Got a new pilot, didn't we? Margaret. That's our new pilot. And Kellogg Kerman is our scientist. We'll send him up. Let me just... that's a lot of ports. I would probably, yeah, I'd probably say kind of... I was thinking more on the top, but I mean, you know, it's like it's your craft. You know, you see what suits it for you. But yeah, kind of like a lot of ports over there that you could actually have small little ships on. And again, if they're not landing ships, you can actually make them pretty damn small, like, or even probes. Or escape vehicles. Alright, so, yeah, this should do it. This should do it. So we're going to save this, and we're going to launch these guys. Alright, so let's have a look here at what we've got first of all. So, here we are. This is the first one. Dufrid's. Set as target. So normally what it is when he gets over this continent, which is about 400 kilometers away, that is the best time to launch. So look at that. Just over the continent at about 400. Perfect. And what is his height is at 80 kilometers. So that's the height we're aiming at. So we turn on our SAS. We go full power. And Margaret, launch us. And we're just doing this like a normal launch. Now, this one had a low delta V to start, or low thrust to weight ratio to start. But that shouldn't be a problem. It just means it's taking a little bit longer to get up to 70. And we do the turn. Okay, and off it goes. And as you can see, it is turning. Now, with this one, I'm actually going to keep it on right on the edge. I think we might overturn this one, because it's a very long and narrow, so it will kind of tend to fall over a bit more. Remember, we want to get to about between 10 and 15 over there, but actually with this one, maybe want to keep it to closer to 15. There we go. Look at that. It's that's looking good. That is actually looking like a good old launch. Actually, oops, remove this. But that is looking really good. So it's picked up some speed there. Get rid of that one. And you see we are climbing at a nice pace. Probably start turning a bit. Kind of move it down a bit more so we can get a little bit more speed. Increase our orbital speed. Really what we're going up to is we're going up to about maybe 80 something or other. See, 81, that is the height of it. So let's go to about 85 and stop. Alright, so that is working, although it's going to be a high amount to... Alright, so look at that. By the time it gets up there, it's going to be a little bit higher. So what I could do, I could push this to about 90, I think. Push it to 90. Okay, and now on this upper axis, add it, circularize it, and might be a slight adjustment to get it into that right plane, but that looks good. Okay, so there we go, and it's 791. So it's a bit. We got 700 left on the stage, and we've got lots in the other stage. So it actually worked out to be the perfect launch. Working out to be the perfect launch. And what we are going to do is... Oh, you know what I forgot to do? I forgot to check all the science. We'll do it when we're landing, I think. Right, so 19 seconds before we start our burn. Seconds. Back in the 80s, something the girls were hot with. Oh yes, the infamous perm. The infamous perm. Yeah, you see, you mentioned Gills and Kenny leaves lurk mode. That's our Kenny. Oh. Let's see. And alright, so that is... It was bait. Well, baiting Kenny. Not the hardest thing in the world. Alright, so let's look at this. If I just lead this, these guys will be within 44 kilometers there. If I now decide to do a little... I mean, if it goes past that... it should actually be alright. I mean, it's getting closer. So let's look at what it's going to be at next time. So there's 44. So next time, it's going to be at 11 kilometers away. I mean, that's not bad. You know, I've done nothing. All I've done is I've got myself into orbit. And I'm getting pretty damn close to it. Alright, so what I could do is over here at this point, I could just add a little maneuver and I could see what I could do over here. That's 11. So let's see, can I, if I slow myself down a bit, look at that. 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4. There we go, within 0.5. So it's a tiny little burn, 2.8 meters per second. And that will put me within 0.5 of a kilometer at that particular point, which is great. We're just going to do a tiny little burn here. Alright, and stop that and let's see what we've got. 0.6. Perfect. So that tiny little burn means that when we come around, you look at that, 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3. I mean, we are within a kilometer of it. That's how close we got. So, we can actually have a look at this. And obviously we want to get, you know, within range. Now we're going at 13 kilometers a second. You can see it's pretty close to it. So what we can do is we are going to push this retrograde onto the target. But we'll get it when we a little bit, there you go, within a kilometer. So now I'm going to push that onto the target. And what that's going to do is that's going to, I don't want to slow myself down too much. So that's now making us head directly at the target at 6.9 meters per second. And this is, you know, this is how you do the rendezvous and maneuvers. You get yourself close to something. So, firstly, get yourself in orbit. Secondly, do kind of the orbits until you get, you know, higher orbit will allow the lower stuff to catch up to you. A lower orbit will allow the other stuff, the higher stuff. A lower orbit will allow you to catch up to the stuff in a higher orbit. So just a matter of adjusting that. And then just small minor adjustments and you can do it. Now we've still got 1,500 Delta V in this tank. We're getting close now. What we could do is we could kind of move this. And again, we're just getting nice and close to this. Yeah, so 170. Oh, look over here, what have we got? Rescue Dufret. Right, so bring it over there. And what we're going to do is we are going to slow ourselves right down to, once we get close to about 50, we're going to slow ourselves down to 0. So that the ships are pretty much in relation to each other, not not really moving. So there we go, at 69, perfect. Alright, so now we're going to go into Dufred. He's in his little cockpit. So Dufred, oh, he's a pilot. Excellent. He's a really bad pilot though. But he's a pilot. Right, let go. Put on your... Right, now where is the... Oh, there it is. It's up there. Right, so off he goes. Now we've got another pilot. Right, we need another pilot. The thing we really need is now we've got sort of enough pilots. Now we need scientists. Because for a while, all we were doing is we were getting engineers, and we were totally had too many engineers. How stupid will he be? Pretty stupid to get abandoned in space in an aircraft. In an aircraft capsule in space. So yeah, he's not going to be the smartest pilot out there. Then again, that's a positive. With Kerbals, being a dumbass is a positive thing. They look there. Ah, he's happy. He's happy. Whoa, look at me. I'm in the sky. Okay, so now the next step is to get the next pilot. That's Erosine. So we're going to set this as the target. Now that's kind of behind us. So what we've got to do is we've got to get ourselves into a higher orbit so that this catches up to us. So the way to do that is quite simply... Actually, let's actually do this scientifically. So what we're going to do is if we add a maneuver there and we pull this out. Right, so now what's happening there is we've raised our orbit. We're going to have to raise our orbit to that. Now how much is that? That's 155. Now we can actually do that. We literally can do that. We can raise our orbit to 155, and they will. I mean, we've got lots of delta V. There will be a quick way of doing it. And what we've done is we've increased our height to 305. So it's a big change. But it will allow us to catch up to it really quickly in literally the space of one orbit. It's almost 1,000 kilometers away from us. And why the hell not? We've got all the delta V. We're not going to use it for anything else. So let's do that. At 6 seconds. Six seconds is the burn. Twelve, 11, 10, 9, 8, 7, 6. And there he goes. Glorious Leader is most pleased with this maneuver. 0.04. Let's do a slight little adjustment. Done. Okay, done. So let's see. They're going to reach within 0.3. So let's look at this. 971. Now what's happening is I start going on a higher orbit. Right, and there it's 1,000, and look at this. As I go into the higher orbit, It is actually catching up with me. Let's just check indices. Oh, no, that's the intersect. So it's at 720, 600. Look how quickly it's slowing down. Or at least it's catching up with me. And that's all because I'm in a higher orbit. 150. And now as I come down, the speed difference between the two craft, look at that. 25. If I do on target, as I'm getting closer to it, right, so now that's the problem. You see, look at that speed issue. So what I'm going to have to do is I am going to have to burn a little bit past it. I actually left the burn too late. Right, so how far am I from it? Oh, 469. Alright, that's not bad. That's not bad. Right, so we just got to move towards it a bit. I don't know, maybe 5 meters per second. Ah, that wasn't bad. That was actually, I expected to shoot right by it. Because they actually crossed doing about 170 meters per second difference. I really sort of started slowing down way before that. Luckily, these craft are very light, so they're easy to slow down. Alright, so we're now getting closer to this guy. But as you could see, I used 155 to get up to that height and another 155 to slow us right down. So we are slowing it down again. Then after that we got Skience. Now I wonder which one, I wonder what this one's going to be. What do you guys think? Engineer, scientist, or pilot? That's the tricky part. Which one will I be rescuing? Okay, I think that's close enough. We can slow this right down to having a 0 between them. You're an engineer. Alright, well, let's have a look. Ever seen? What? Scientist! What the hell? We totally wanted a scientist. The game is actually being nice to me, and I don't know why. Why are you being nice to me, game? NASA would never leave a man behind. Do we know that? Do we know how many bodies there are floating in space? I don't know if we do. We assume there's none, but do we really know? It's a top. It's a top. Admiral Akbar believes there is an entire Death Star out there, filled with stars, Hollywood stars. Okay, yay! We rescued the next Kerman. Alright, so then the last one we've got to do is Giselle Kerman, which is over here. Now look at this. This pod is a ways away, literally on the other side of the planet. So again, it's the same sort of thing. What we're just going to do, I think, first of all, is let's increase our orbit. We're not going to go so high this time. Just up to like 151. So 50 kilometers difference. And as we go around, we'll actually need to increase my bottom section to be at about 151.86. And there, as this comes around, you can see that kind of the distance is dropping. And it's just going to take a few orbits. And that's all it is, really. That is literally all these sort of catching up with the other craft, you know, and orbital maneuvers. It's really all it is. Simple thing of just making sure you're on the same plane. That's number one. But you know, it's hard to judge when you're not. And you want the craft to catch up with you, get yourself in a higher orbit. You want to catch up with it, get yourself in a lower orbit. And that's really all there is to it. And then once you get close, then you do the actual maneuvers. But you can see what's happening. Is each time it's going around, it's getting closer and closer to me. It was at 1,300, it's now at 800. And again, I mean, I could... Sorry, I don't understand. Is it rocket scientist? No, it's actually not. It is not rocket science. It is orbital mechanics. Ha! Ha ha! Gotcha, Fireball. You try to be tricky. You try to be tricky. Didn't work, did it? How embarrassing. Oh, they must have done experiments like that. And not just on animals. I mean, how can they not do experiments like that? It's something you got to understand. You know, I mean, yeah, you can do it with animals, but I mean, animals are one thing. It still doesn't mean you understand it. Yeah, orbital mechanics is an interesting thing. Alright, so let's look at this. When this gets down there, what's going to be? It's going to be within 78 kilometers. So now the question is, do we adjust this or not? Or do we take this over here, add a maneuver, and adjust it so that... Alright, so over there we're going to add a maneuver, we're going to adjust it just at 37, and that will get us within... on the next rotation to 100 and... No, so that's getting close to the burn time. So right over there it's 77. So if I make a small adjustment now, right over there, and what that will do is that should lower our other orbit, so we're not going as far out. And when it gets to there next time, we will be within a close proximity of it. Within 0.8 kilometers. And we won't be doing it at a big speed. We won't be doing a high speed pass like we did on the first one. But it's the second rescue. So it will be way less intensive. So there we go. Done. So they're going to be within 1.9 kilometers. It's not great. Orbital mechanics, they're covered by AAA. If you break down before re-entry, basically the key to get to arriving safely on that is bend down and kiss your ass goodbye. Because re-entry is a one time you do not want to break down. So no, the AAA will not help you. Right, so look how close we're getting. We're within 5 kilometers now. Okay, so what we're going to do is go on to target, and even at this height, 32 kilometer difference, what I will do is I am going to slow myself down by pushing that retrograde marker onto target. Right, so there you go. Now we start ourselves down 20, but look at that, 0.04. And now we can actually just move this forward and let's have a look what's happening. Getting nice and close. See, look at that. Within a kilometer now. So we can go have a look over here. And again, it's the same sort of thing. Just push the retrograde onto the target. Don't even need to know what the target is. That's within 8. Right, so where is... There he is. And this will be the final Kerman to rescue. Now, let's just do our mystery our science, because we've got to remember to use our new stuff that we've got. That's the key. Use our new stuff. Getting nice and close to it. And again, we wanted to stop, within a close distance. And there is the Kerbal Space Center. Do we want to land near the Kerbal Space Center? Sure. Why not? Try land on the Kerbal Space Center. But obviously we're going to have to rotate around one more time before we land on the Kerbal Space Center. We've got a lot of Delta V left. My rescue says save debris too. Okay, so yes, that is a rescue mission. When you've got the claw, one of the missions you've got is to rescue and bring the pods home, and that is what you do with the claw. You have to go with the claw afterwards, grab the item, and land while still attached to the item. So that is, I don't have a claw, so I'm not getting any of those missions. Right, so let's see. What have we got in this guy? This is a... Okay, anybody want to guess what this is before I move my mouse over? Engineer, scientist, or pilot? I think the game's been really generous and it's going to give us another scientist. Don't know why. Maybe because it's given us no scientists. These are a pilot. A lame duck. A scientist. Woo! Awesome. So we've actually got... we were so short of scientists, and now we've actually got... We've got 3 scientists on board this craft. That is awesome. Yeah, get yourself an evening. So, you have to go down this side. Wrap. Nope. Scientists can't. Wait a minute. I just set out to free camera. Free camera has is kind of easiest way to do it. Board. Alright, so then we've got 2 pilots and 3 scientists. Holy crap, this is one thing. Ah, there, EVA report. Okay, so EVA report. This is one thing that we definitely want the ship to land safely. Right, so there is the KSC. We're going to have to wait for the next one. Question is, it's going to be nighttime the next time around. We're just going to have to deal with it. We're going to have to deal with it. Now let's see what we're going to do. Over here we are going to add a maneuver. And we are going to try drop onto it. Maybe about there. Problem that we're going to have. Spins off. Problem that we're going to have with this. But you can see, look how the satellite network's working. It's great, isn't it? It's reaching the other side. Now it's going to be the shorter path is to go that way. So that is how our satellite network is working, which is pretty damn awesome. Alright, so obviously this has moved on. So we're going to try land at Kerbal at night. At Kerbin at night. Not the best thing, but you know, why not? There we go. Okay, so what we're doing is this is going to be at 18 seconds before. Thinking maybe a little bit. There we go. Ah, so 18 seconds before. So there is our target. And boom. Oh, we can actually track these guys. We can do that. What the? You see that there? You see how that that whole maneuver node switched? The whole maneuver node thing switched, which is one of the bugs that they've said that they have corrected. Maybe a bit more. What do you think? Okay, that looks alright. Alright, so there we go. Now, what we could do is we could do this. Okay, so we got rid of that. So that's going to kind of do its own way. And we've got our... Has this changed anything? No, it hasn't. Alright, and let's see what happens. There you go. Atmosphere analysis. Alright, so let's see. Open atmosphere analysis. Send. Atmosphere analysis. Save. Close. Ah! Oh, and you see this little communicatron is working. Oh, shit. I can't. I literally cannot get another one. So, yeah, it's all used up. It's going through the atmosphere and it's still sending its data. Got enough batteries, so that should be alright. There goes the other one. Right, so how close will we get to the KSC? I think we might just get to the water. Yeah, can't do anything else there. I think we might just pop in the water just after it. Yeah, I think we're going to hit the water behind it. There's the other piece. Oh, here we go. Turn off SAS. Oh. I think we're actually going to be pretty damn close. Look at that. Yeah, we're not going to do an EVA report. Holy crap. We're 8 kilometers above. OMG. O with an M and a G. Whoa. That's fairly close. That is actually fairly close. What's the surface? 7.2. We are coming in a little bit hard. Now, do we do an EVA report? Do we try to do an EVA report? There is an exclamation point win. But yeah, that is not a bad effort in landing. A little bit off, but not bad. There we go. There we go. Alright, so what I'm going to do is I'm just going to speed this up a bit. I mean, literally they can walk back to their rooms. Yeah, right, 100 meters. That'll be that kind of 50 meters from the ground. Done. Okay. Hey, look at this. Ooh, lots of stuff to do. Temperature scan. Atmospheric scan. Mystery goo. Thank you, Kenny. So it's still got all this other stuff. So what we can do is we can get one of these scientists. Oh, not you. Surface sample. Sure. And you can board. We can get one of these other scientists. And they can do another surface sample. They can go over there. They can collect the data. Restore. Download data. Get the atmosphere analysis. Log seismic. No, cancel. Take data. Take the data. And take the data. And climb back in. Material study. Mystery goo. And scientific observation. Alright, so that's pretty much everything. Alright, so let's do a recover. So this really was the main objective of this mission was to collect the 3 kobolds. Bonus is we collected things that we needed. So let's have a look. And we ended up getting 35 science from that, which is great. 35 science for free. Not bad. 1.7 kilometers from KC. That's pretty good. And crew. So everybody advanced level 1. So that's great. So we got some more crew. We collected all these things. Let's have a look at what we did. Okay, so we rescued Dufred the doofus. We rescued him. Erosine, we rescued her. Gisela rescued her. And yep, they part of our space program. Alright, this is space debris. We recovered 9.4% of the craft. It's better than a slap in the face. Or a kick in the nuts. Okay, so we corrected some stuff. So let's just go over to the tracking station quickly and remove those craft from the orbit, because otherwise okay, Erosine, we can delete this craft. Gisela, delete that craft. And Dufred, delete that craft. And the reason we delete it is, it's messing up our beautiful orbit. We want lasers over here. Oh, really, Kenny? Really? You want to be that mean? Okay, so I think... Now, how much have we got? So we've got... what have we got left here? Build a space casino. We can't do that. We've got to do that Lunar station. Explore Duna. Position a satellite in the polar orbit of the moon. In fact, we can do that one. That is one we can do. Because we need to do that anyway. In the polar orbit of the moon, we need to do that. Why do we need to do this one? Because we've now got the scanner. So that's an important one to do. Hey, Aaron Simi. So let's have a look at what we've got available. See, look, he's still got quite a few stations. We've got no more recoveries. Science. again, that's kind of a useless one. Bases and stations. Scan for a suitable location. Perform an orbital survey of the moon. Well, we're going to position a satellite in orbit of the moon. So, no AC? Oh. Kenny's cranky because he got no sleep. Sorry, Kenny. Mr. Cranky Pants. So now, from now on, everybody refer to Kenny as Cranky Pants. That's his name in chat. Cranky Pants. Yeah, but when you can't sleep, it's because of temperature. It's never a good thing. Is a Cranky Pants. Okay, so we've got to do I think we're going to do this polar sat orbit of the moon. So what we're going to do, let's pop in here. We will build this around there. So we are going to start a new one, and this is a position a satellite in polar orbit of the moon. Build a new unmanned probe that has an antenna and can generate power. Easily done. So we're going to use the hex core. Look how tiny it is. Alright. Have a materials bay in a satellite. Have a mystery goo. Alright, so what's this thing going to have? It has to have an antenna. But the key thing that we want to do is we want to have the scanner. We want to have one of those. So, let's see. If that's a bit big. If I do it like that, that will be there. Alright, so it also needs a material bay, according to this, which is a bit of a pain, but it's doable. Now it needs a mystery. It needs some mystery goo. So what we're going to do is we're going to have 2 mystery goos just to kind of, keep it balanced. Have a materials bay, unmanned probe that has an antenna and can generate power. So we need an antenna on this. So this is a direct antenna. I mean, we could put we could easily put this antenna, but do we want? I think we really want a relay antenna, don't we? Now, question is, if I do a small relay antenna like that, that should be enough. I mean, it's going to make this thing a little bit wider. Now let's see. So, what if I have a bigger one? This is the question. How many? I can have a bigger relay antenna. I think for the moon one, I think we're just going to have the smaller ones. But what I'm going to do is I'm going to have 2 for... I'm going to have 2 kind of to make it a little bit... kind of more even. And I'm going to just bring this in a bit. A bit more. And maybe a bit down. There you go. Okay, so new unmanned probe that has antenna can generate power. Alright, generate power. So, generate power. So what if we do... Oh, so there you go, generate power. Have a materials bay on the satellite. Have a mystery goo on the satellite. Alright, so that's kind of So that fulfills all the things that it needs. That is our satellite system. It kind of fulfills everything. I'm going to give it some more battery power. Then we are going to give it now that's 1,275. That should be enough. So we're going to call this Moon Polar Set. So the reason for this guy, it will fulfill all these details. I mean, how much is this thing worth? It's worth 73, but it's pretty okay. Now the one thing we saw is collect data from space around Kerbin. Transmit or recover scientific from the space around Kerbin. So that's an easy one to do. Might as well take that. So can I accept this? Do I accept it? Ooh, I can't accept it over here. Science data from around Kerbin. Oh, I can't actually take it. I can only look at it. I need to actually go there. But he's minus 40. Sadistic is minus 40 or minus 30. Are you talking in Celsius? Or are you talking in fake temperature? Fahrenheit is for fake temperature. Celsius is for real temperature. And Canada, so you must be talking in Celsius. No, obviously talking in Fahrenheit. Because 80 Celsius is a little bit too warm. Okay, so this should actually get to the moon and should be able to keep us around the moon. But what we're going to do instead is we are going to actually add ourselves. We're going to wrap this up. We're going to wrap this up. Let's just do it like that. On a kind of a lunar sort of trip. So let's look at this. And let's actually put this big one over there. $2,100. So all I need to do is get this into the planet and this will take us to the moon. No brown trucks at work. Oh, so this top one is 2,100. So that would be enough to get us to the moon and get us in orbit around the moon. So all we've got to do is get this thing into orbit now. That is our goal. Get this guy into orbit. So I have had a thought. Do I actually add one of these on? Do I add how much SAS or how much not SAS reaction wheel? This is 0.5. Really kidding. Wow. Wow. Kenny the Duck. You hurt my one feeling I had, Kenny. My one feeling I had, you hurt it. Oh, okay, that's alright. Oh, 80 to 25 degrees. Well, at the moment it's 30 degrees in Thailand, and it's like, oh, it feels nice and cool today. It's 30 degrees Celsius and it feels cool. Yep, I've been here too long. So 2000, that's good. That's good. Alright, so we just got to get this guy into orbit. And we will do this with a 45. And we will... Oh, not that one. Alright, later, Kenny. Behave yourself. Don't get too angry with everybody. And don't make everybody angry with you. Which is a more likely scenario. Yeah. Oh, so we want to get this one to 3,400. That's the idea. Well, only at night time, the Magman. Only at night time, because going to the sun during the day, it's a little bit too warm. And yes, that is a joke. Before anybody gets all excited about the sun doesn't have a day and night cycle, that is a joke. People have mistaken that for being real. I just wanted to clarify it. That is a joke. Where is... here we go. Okay, so there's feeds from the outside to the inside. 2.13. 37. Okay, so that's enough. That's all we needed. That will get us into orbit quite nicely. So now what we've got to do is kind of make these look a little bit prettier. And just for safety's sake, throw in these guys to hold these onto the ship. I shouldn't need to actually have separatrons on this. They should be alright. I mean, that is 102. That's alright. That's going to give us a good start. Let's drop this down to 170. But with the speed at 102 should only increase, so that's good. Tell them to move them to the moon base so they can watch a new sunset. Oh, that's so sweet. And we are going to throw this there. Now we're going to put this up to... Alright. So that would be at that point. Then we are going to... copy that and put 2 over there. Pop that there. Pop that one down there. This one I think we're going to lose. I'm not even going to attempt to try save it. But that's kind of our satellite. Our satellite launch. That looks just fine. Got antennas, it's got everything. So we should be alright. And I mean, obviously with these two things, will be able to communicate and stuff like that. We've got these guys for electric charge. The only thing I'm thinking is it could maybe use some more battery. So maybe if I kind of throw another 2 batteries over here just for safety. Yep, that brings up to 2,000 electric charge. Because with this thing, it's actually going to use a lot. Right, so that looks good. And so we're going to save that. I think it is actually strong enough. And what we could do is we could auto strut to the grandparent part, and this one auto strut to the root part. Okay, that's, I mean, so you got your auto struts there, so that looks good. It's only 34,000, so it should be alright. So we're going to send this up to the moon. Now, obviously, the first thing we've got to do is get into orbit. 3.6, so we've got plenty of power to get it into orbit. And then once it's there, we've got another 2,000 delta V. That should be able to get us to the moon and get us into the polar orbit. So so we should have enough. Right, save and launch. Just making sure that everything is sorted. Okay, there. And hey, Sam. Welcome. Okay, so I can actually take this off. Alright, so let's actually not a bad looking craft, I like it. Alright, so let's launch this guy. And a one, 2, 3, launch. Up he goes. Very, very pretty. Wait till we get to 70 and we start doing the turn. Right, we're hitting 70 and we do the turn. And now we're just keeping that program mark. This is going into a polar orbit of the moon, and it's going to scan the moon for ore and stuff like that. Well, they do cost, but they're kind of important. Alright, so look at that. That's at 9. Oh, there you go. 1. Alright, so we should start. Oh, come on, you need to increase your speed. You need to increase your speed. The vertical speed is dropping. Uh-oh. Our vertical speed is dropping. We're tipping over. This is not... We need more powerful engine at this stage. I need to keep going up. This is looking bad. This is actually looking bad. I'm trying to keep this thing going up. And we've only reached, look at that, 18, 19. .147 meters per second. Vertical speed. We need to increase that vertical speed. But we're not getting it. No, what happened was this engine was really weak at the point that it kicked in. That's kind of the issue. This thing is pushing too much weight. The single engine is pushing too much mass. Alright, vertical speed is now increasing. We're really low. We might be able to do this. I mean, okay, so this one's gone. Okay. We might be able to do this. Our tip is burning. We've got a burning tip, which is never a good thing. It's wasting way too much. Trying to see if I can cut down. I mean, we are starting to get horizontal speed now.
They are out there watching.
Hey, Yognet, thank you for the host. Very much appreciated. We are trying to get this satellite. We had a bad launch, but I think we've just recovered. I mean, look at that. At, boom, 100. Alright, so I think we recovered, and look at our speed. So, I think we have just recovered this thing. So, let's see. Add maneuver at the upper axis. And there we go. Okay, so that's going to cost us 249. You know what? This will actually work. See, our tip's still glowing a bit red because that was rubbed by friction. Rocket talk. It's so sexy. Yeah, so rubbed by friction, and there's cooled down now. But as soon as we get... Yeah, right now, I mean, I suppose I could get rid of this. I suppose I could get rid of it. All right, and we've got a bit 249 in 3 minutes. But we are now in space. Cool. Okay, so we've got to wait until we get to 4 seconds before. Then it will orbitalize. And we should be good. So that was a very, very inefficient launch. We were like trying to get horizontal speed way too low. But especially we couldn't get it up. We forgot the rocket Viagra. This engine, the previous engine, was just not powerful enough at that stage to, you know, keep the momentum of going up. So we are going to wait for 4 seconds before. Okay. So wait for 4 seconds. Oh. But there you go. 20. 4 seconds before. And do the burn. Okay. Boom. Okay. So we've done it. We are in orbit. Alright, so that's the hard work done. We've still got 1,800 left, so we've actually got enough. So now what we've got to do is we've got to get ourselves to the moon. Here is the moon. Set as target. The moon, we will probably catch it about, yeah. So, if we add a maneuver over there, and we pull this out. And there we go, we've caught the moon. Alright, so let's focus. Now this is the orbit it wants us to go on. So what I can do is if I bring this closer, bit of a strange orbit, but we can do it. We do like that. Alright, so that will kind of work. So what will happen, we'll hit the moon, we will go and we'll circularize. Now can I bring this out a bit? Okay, there you go. So that will work. That will launch us. That will get us into this position. And then what we'll do is we'll circularize and then adjust it. Now this is far from the moon, so it should be quite easy to adjust the orbit over there. This is going to cost us 966. And it's probably going to cost us about, let's have a look. What does it say? 549 to circularize. Okay, so we'll see what we can do there. Okay, so this will work, sort of. We go back. And we get ready to burn this guy. And that is a 32 seconds before. Now, we would have had another 300 Delta V, which we kind of lost because of the bad launch. So what have you been up to, Mr. Gaming Wizard? Yeah, I'm seeing you guys type in chat and I'm looking, is there anything happening on my screen, you know, in the screen chat, and I realize, oh, I disable all the bot commands. So I'm seeing all the emotes explode. But I'm not seeing anything on chat. So 32 seconds before. Okay. Oh, there he is. Feels bad, man. Feels bad. You guys definitely like those gambling things, don't you? Yes, the bot's been working properly now. So I fixed up that whole bot issue. In fact, one of the things I'm going to do on the weekend is I got myself a new router, a more powerful router. So hopefully that will deal with the load balancing a lot better. Alright, so this is on the way down to the moon thing. I has to poppy. What? You mean poopy? Well, if your mummy says you can go poopy, then maybe you should. Okay, so we are now heading towards the moon. Now this is not going to be as accurate, but it's going to give us a good, pretty close. Hate autocorrect. Yeah, autocorrect on a phone in Twitch chat is annoying as all hell. Especially since autocorrect doesn't understand humor. Alright, so let's have a look at where this is going. Okay, so it's going over there. That's cool. Let's focus on the moon. And how are we doing? Okay, so it's kind of close. So let's see. If I go over here, add a maneuver, move that a little bit back. Oops. Move it a bit back to kind of be on that same plane. Okay, and I circularize. And then I twist it. I'm twisting it around so that it's kind of go a bit more. Okay. That's kind of, now I've twisted it into that position. We can increase it, the height. Okay, so that looks fine there. Then we radial change it. And maybe bring it in a bit. Look at that. Okay, and maybe bring it back a bit like that. Alright, so that's going to cost us $6.85. But that will get us pretty much. That should get us into that sort of orbit. So you see what I've done is I've tried to bring this to be at the same height as that, did the circularize, and then twisted it to get it there. So in one burn, we will get ourselves into the position we need to be. So now, just that I don't mess this up, I'm going to add an alarm for that particular one when that burn comes up, and that will be in 3 hours time. And look at it going. Now we should be good for signal. We've got that whole satellite system going. So we should be all good with that. Go get this. So it's a 33-second burn. We've got to start burning 18 seconds before. Remember, there's no take backsies on this. This is pretty much, playing with hard mode. This is pretty much it. Yeah, probably. It's all your fault, Magman. It's all your fault. I blame you. Right, so get that all corrected, and at 18 seconds before, start the burn. Okay, and we can have a look at what's happening. See, look at it, it's turning around. See how that's coming up. Now, you know, we could have got into another orbit. Right, so how is that? Is that enough to... It's enough to satisfy it. Perfect! So that was enough to satisfy the requirement of what we needed to do. Reach the designated orbit around Minmus with the amount of deviation. So yeah, maintain for 10 seconds. Everything is done. Now why is it not... Pretty sure this is done now. That's why that thing disappeared. Oh, that's Minmus. Yeah, this was the moon one. We've got to do one around Minmus as well. A specific orbit of Minmus. Ah, but this is the moon one. Sorry. That's why I was like wondering, why is this not done? But this is the one. The polar orbit of the moon. Okay, so now that this is in the polar orbit of the moon, we can open this up. And we can run the scan. Perform orbital survey. Oh, it's enough. And look at that. 70, 80, 90. Boom. Done. 20 science added. Transmit data. Oh. Alright, so we can now look at the moon and see where good places of ore mining is to be done. So that's pretty cool. Right now, Minmus has also required a satellite. Let's have a look at Minmus. So this is Minmus's one. So what we could do is we could send the same satellite to Minmus and then turn it into a orbital satellite, into a polar satellite. That should work. That should work. We can do that. Now we haven't done that one that we want to do, but that will get this one out of the way. So let's head back to the Space Center, and at least then we'll know places on Minmus to land to get ore and stuff like that when we need to mine for stuff. How much size have we got? 135. And let's look at this. Okay, suitable location. Oh, yes, scan for suitable location for new base. So we've done that. Position a satellite in orbital, polar orbit of the moon. Done. Okay, that other stuff died. Got that back. Good. Oh, what was that? Mike the Gaming Wizard, thank you for the cheer. Look at it. And it's all popping into the glass. There he goes. Filling it up. Filling it up. Is he going to fill it up? Is he? Is he? Oh, good job. He filled up the whole glass. Congrats. Actually, am I? But do I move it a little? There you go. Okay, so we've kind of got all this going at the moment. And, oh, what is that one that we had? We had one 4 hours. We can wait 4 hours, I think. For the Duna Sat Mark II. So let's just jump to the ship. So this is the DunaSat Mark II. Now, where it's going... Oh, so there it is. So what are we doing with this one? Focus view. Actually, so there's really nothing to do on this one, really. It looks like it's it looks just fine. I don't. Oh, wait, we got to move it to that position. That's right. That's right. We haven't got it in that position. So at the moment, it's kind of missing it. It's missing Duna. So we've got to get it into this position. All right. So that's what that was all about. Is to get it in that position. Now we've still got good communication with it, so that's good. And at 3.2 seconds, so we can actually go a little bit. Yeah, there is the alarm. Right, so delete the alarm. Now we don't need to kind of wait for the exact time. Not really that important at this far out. What we can do is we can just burn this. Yeah, so you're getting a stronger. Alright, so basically because I run OpenWRT on my router, it's basically becomes like a little Linux box. So so what's been happening is with it dealing with the load balancing, it's doing a lot more work than it usually does. And I think it's actually causing the occasional stutter. And it's also the router that I've got, it's a couple of years old. So the one that I've got, I just got one of the Linksys 1900 open source routers, I think with a more powerful Wi-Fi as well. And what it's doing is that's got more memory, it's got a faster CPU and stuff like that. So it's going to allow it to handle, especially when you're dealing with, like for example, when you're dealing with torrents, that's hundreds of connections and stuff like that. And it's got to keep track of all those. And with some routers, it tends to, things tend to break. But with a more powerful router that's actually able to keep track of everything, it should work a lot better. There we go. Look at that. Perfect. So what I've done is I've brought it in there. Yeah, I mean, look at the moment with this. Currently, the router's working fine. It is working fine. I mean, I just get the occasional glitch when I'm using my phone, which is using load balancing. But other than that, it's actually working. No real major issue with it. So I'm kind of happy with it at the moment, but it's also pretty old. I never get confused. I get confuddled. Totally different thing. So let's add this alarm there. Alright, so when it gets to there, it's going to cost 678 to put us into orbit around the planet. And then what we'll do is we'll deploy the satellites and do it in a different way. Am I getting old? No, I'm already old. Now get off my lawn. Kids of today, whippersnappers. Damn whippersnappers. Can get no respect from them. Snapping their whips. Okay, so we've got this guy on the way to Duna. Alright, so he's fine. Now we can leave these 233 days, 284 days before the satellites get there. So there's not really much we can do with that. So let's go back to Space Center. And what we've got to do is see what we've got over here. Is one of the missions we've got is to where is it? Lunar Station. Lunar Station. So Alright, so the Lunar Station. So one of the things we've got over here is, look at these, engineer and scientist. They happily working on their science. So one of the missions we have at the moment is to expand this one, Lunar Station. We've got to expand it to have 23 Kerbals. Currently, it has 12 Kerbals. So we've got to send more kind of stuff for it to have another 11 Kerbals. Right, we've also got to add another research lab to the station. And we've got to have 6,200 units of liquid fuel to the station. So we've got a big add-on to deal with this thing. A big add-on. So that's what we're going to have to do. Now it's got lots of science and stuff like that on it already. But we've got to add more to it. So let's go back and design what we carry on with our design of the station. And, what we're going to build onto it. We'll probably dock it over here. Now, one of the things it's got over here is it's got this. We put a probe on just to launch this thing because we launched the thing without any people on. So we're going to have to do that. I mean, these antennas are pretty old and shitty. So we'll bring out new antennas for it. These things are pretty crappy too. So we have to give us more solar panels. The big ones now. So there's a lot of extra stuff to do to the station. However, I'm just going to take a 2-minute break because I'm old. And I'm going to go grab myself a cup of coffee because I need caffeine. So we'll be back in a short little while. I'll leave you with this little station. So be right back. Sam, leave my station alone. Stop playing with it. I saw you drop it on the floor. I saw that. Don't think you can get away with that. Nah. Okay, so this is what we've got to do, right? We've got to do this. So let's go build something to come to the station. It wasn't me. It wasn't me. I didn't do it. It was the Magman. I saw him. I was just swinging my arms like this, and he walked into me. Yes, we know how this works. Alright, so we're going to go back to the Space Center. But I had an idea. As I was making coffee, it dawned on me. I'm being silly. Because what we started to do yesterday is we started to kind of look at what we need to do this the Muna expansion station. So, where is it? Muna expansion over there. And this is literally what we need to send up. This is what we need to send up. Which is kind of ridiculous. I mean, that's the whole thing. So we can't use any of this fuel. It needs to go up. But now I thought, you know what? Do we need to? Do we actually need to send this up like this? Or is there another way? And the answer is yes. Yes, there is another way. There is a completely, totally different way. And this is what we can do. Expand, it says expand Muna Station. It doesn't say expand Muna Station in one thing. Expand Muna Station. So, maybe we can do something like this. Send up this as one part, and then send up multiple tanks as separate things that will kind of plug into it. So if I add, if I kind of do this, so I have these guys over there. Okay, and then 3D parts in the station, yeah, sure. And then you kind of, you know, it will plug on like that. How about that? And that way, we can build the station, and we can just constantly add on fuel. So if they need more fuel, it will just plug on. So what do you think of that idea? Send it up and send it up in multiple launches, which will be easier and cheaper than trying to do it all in one launch. So that is my line of thinking. Is maybe we should do something like that. Now, we're going to need this thing to maybe like this. Yeah, and then I could even do it like that. So what do you think of that idea? Well, I mean, yeah, well, if we could 3D print, I would. And that's what the one mod that I've got in the other game does. You know, you can build the station parts. But this will give us, these are 4, so it's 4, 8, 10, 12. This will be able to host 12 Kerbals. So we got to have 12 Kerbals over here. Let's have a look at this. We definitely going to need electrical power. So if we do this over there. Yeah, so if we do it like that, it will kind of give us that nice ability to work with this. We've got some fuel there, so that is some extra fuel. Though, we could have a big fuel tank instead. Yeah, kind of have one of those big ones. No, we don't need that yet. I'm just going to have that big fuel tank because it will be extra fuel. It will allow the others to use some fuel to get there. I mean, this is only going to have 1,440 fuel. So we still need to include another 5,000. Okay, and let's look at... Alright, we've also got to have this guy over there. Don't you have to push this whole thing? So that's 1,200 delta V. Not a shitload, but it's not too bad. We're going to have some of these guys. So if I place this over there, maybe if I kind of give it some more. How much mana? That's 400 mana. Really? Is that all? How much mana is in here? 60. Probably gonna need more than that. $790. Good, like that. So put it there. Here we go. Print 520. Okay. Hey, Flying Wombat. Yeah. So what, Flying Wombat? So what we're doing is we've got to expand our Lunar station. So we have to build a module that includes a lab. And can have a total of 23 Kerbals. We've already got 12 Kerbals on board. We've already got 12. The station already has 12 Kerbals. So we've got to add an extra. We've got to add an extra, sort of an extra 11 Kerbals, which we've got over there, or the space for 11 Kerbals. So we got that there, and then we've got to add fuel, but the fuel we're not going to add at the same time. What we're going to do is we're going to have separate launchers for the fuel. Now this, let's have a look. If we do kind of, that will kind of hold it. Who do we know that likes sending large things into space? I don't know. I can't think of anybody offhand. Alright, See you later, Fly Wombat. We are also going to have sort of a payload. Have that one, that guy there. We're going to close that. Alright, and we are going to need antennas. What I'm going to do is I'm going to maybe put the antennas over here. Yeah, why not? Might as well have antennas. As we're going all out to expand the station. Okay, now, how are we going to do the we definitely need these guys for docking. How are we going to do these? Alright, so if I put 4, we've got to adjust it around the center of mass. If I put 4 over there, and at the same way, look at the same sort of distance, I'll throw in 4 over there. That should work. That should be enough. That should be able to give us sort of control. Now this is 1,400. It's not a lot, but it should suffice. The problem we've got is these guys. Yeah, we've got solar panels up here. We've got a little bit of battery power. We're probably going to need more battery power. That's definitely something we're going to need. I am going to add some battery power there like that. Now we're going to do the expansion and stuff like that. Question is, I actually need bigger. I need bigger SAS. But what if I do a sassy thing over there? Not a lot, but it will give us that little bit of extra. Do a sassy thing over there. And throw in another set of... I mean, that's almost 6,000 electric charge. That's a lot of electric charge. Nope, let's get rid of that. Let's put this over there. 2,700 electric charge. Okay, that should be enough. Ooh. Now, I'm thinking, and it hurts me just here in the brain. What I'm going to do, now this is probably ridiculous. I'm just going to add one of these over here. I'm going to add this over there. Okay, why am I doing that? We shall see. That's 1,170. If I enable crossfeed, 2,900. So if we need more fuel, we can get it. So that's no problem. So to get to the moon and stuff like that, this should be alright. So let's close this up. Oops. So it's got a little knob at the front. Okay. So now we've got to get this up into the air, into... Ooh, that's the other thing we've got to do. These guys. Gotta have... that's 4. There you go, like that. That will be when that decouples. So when it decouples, it will push that away, far away. All right, so now we've got to get this up and away. So we're going to do that by obviously having one of these. Why if I can do this and auto strut rampant. Maybe. Okay. The interesting one. Interesting. We would definitely have to put this through a simulator. Make sure that everything's strutted right. Alright, so look how small this little tank looks. How does that look? 68. Doesn't look right. 152. Much better. Not as efficient, but much better. Right, and kind of the same sort of thing. What if I do that? That's actually there like that. This one and this one are together. Okay, so this one says 749, which is obviously not kind of what we want, but it's, you know, it's the beginnings. What if we do this and we have our little friends, these guys? We love these guys. These guys are awesome. 309. And what we're going to do with these guys as well is we're going to pipe them. Too bad you could have used the docking port to... we've got a docking port at the end over there. Oh, you mean a decoupler on the other side? Yeah, we could. But again, it's the part that's getting rid of doesn't actually need it. The problem is with the docking ports, they're not the best connections. So look at that. Oh, wait a second. 319 43. Oh, geez, this is plenty of power. This is, well, no. Actually, this is plenty. Well, any extra fuel is useful. Bit of a problem with this one. That's going to cost us. It's only going to be for a little bit though. 206. 106 now. If I... that's 34. 398. 407. Okay. That's not, that's, yeah, that's a little bit better. And aerodynamics, of course. Gotta love this. You can see kind of the way I do things. I love these side things. They are definitely my hero. I suppose I could probably do 2. If I do 2, how would that work? Let's try that. Instead of 4, let's try 2. That's 205 still. Let's... I mean, it definitely drops the cost quite a bit. 357. Been 309. Alright, that would do it on 162. Yeah, that does it. That will do it, actually. We could just do it like that. And that drops the cost by quite a bit. So this is what we'll do. And we're going to strut this thing like it's Saturday Night Fever. John Travolta ain't got nothing on our struts. Nothing, I said. Nothing. Yeah, they do. Now we could probably use something different, but I mean, let's have a look. How much is this contract costing us? You're gonna make 287 from it. We actually, it's costing us more. It's actually costing us more than it should. Yeah, it's going to cost us more to do this. It's literally going to cost us more to do this than... because if this is 1... this is the problem. This is the actual problem. We'll make 287 from that. It's going to cost us 164 for this. The fuel pipes are probably going to cost us another, let's call it 80 grand each. So it's actually going to, we're actually spending more to do the space station than we're getting back. Screw it, let's do it anyway. We are getting science, so that's going to be good. We are going to try get some of the stuff back. That's good as well. Yeah, so this is definitely not kind of ideal type scenario. Let's see. Dump these guys there. But still, it's just one of those things. Gotta spend money to make money. I think this last one, I don't think we're gonna be able to recover that one. These we might be able to recover. The other ones definitely not. Now, Separatrons. All right, so there we go. This is the Muna expansion 169 cost. This over there. Okay. Should we see how this thing actually... Let's see how this thing flies first of all. Do we put this through the simulator? Now, to put it through the simulator is going to cost us 3,277. Probably worth it. Probably worth it. Because I mean, it's a heavy duty item. Can you see what parts to save you with cost? Not sure actually. Bo and Jed. Alright, so we've definitely got some sway. Alright, so the sway is there. Now where is that sway coming from? Right, so yeah, the sway is there. Now we'll see it more when we actually lose this other part. And this is a simulation. Oh yeah, the recovery is definitely a thing. I mean, this thing's looking fine actually, takeoff wise. Just got to see if we can stop this sway. costing them 10,000 in simulations. That's working. So, where is the waggly bits? So I did these. I strutted to the heaviest parts. That seemed to have stopped it. Okay, that seemed to have stopped it. I'm just trying to kind of get a part that actually used it. Alright, so terminate simulation. So that cost us $10,000 to find that out. Can you see what parts to help you save with the recovery costs? Well, I mean, we try to recover as much as we can. And that's kind of why we've got these guys here. Now let's have a look. Auto strut, heaviest, root pot. Auto strut, grandparent pot. Auto strut, heaviest. Root pot. We'll look at that. Okay, so that kind of strutted all over the place, but hopefully that will do it. Now, what's going on here? That down there. Whoa! What is what actually happened here? My whole thing got messed up. That's down there. What? How did all this get messed up? This down there. That's part over there. Probably down there. Right, save. Okay, so there we go. There's a button that shows if you've got enough parachutes for parts to be recovered. Is there? No. Oh, you're right. Look at that. I didn't even know that. I did not know that. Interesting. Stage Stage 9. Oh, there you go. 0%. Yeah, that's some I actually never ever knew that. That is pretty awesome. But what if I go over here and I put this recalculate. 8.9% chance. Wow. Recalculate. 37% chance of recovering. See, you learn something every day from chat. 56%. Look at that. And in this part, we're not even trying to recover this part. You have work to do to save parts. Now, I've got a tank's empty, so tank's full, 0% chance. Tank's empty, so it's so it is actually got that switch. And hey, Chili Con Carne. Chili Con Carne. Nice. Yeah, so we got that there. Oh, so that's pretty damn cool. I did not know this. So we learn something new every day. Learning new things is what's important. Once you stop learning, what's the point? Okay, so with more than a 50% chance of recovering, that's pretty good. All right, later, Minecraft. Excellent. So that is that stage recovery. Oh, cool. Right, so let's send this up to 1.61. So let's send this up to the moon. Although this doesn't seem right, actually. Something's messed up here. Oh, so the first stage is these guys. Then we've got the second stage that got all these guys going. That. Then you got the third stage. This. Then you've got the fourth stage. Again, that doesn't quite seem right. Oh, this one, yes, this one we can actually do this. We can enable crossfeed. That's what it was. Okay, so that seems alright. Okay, so we're saving this and we are ready to go. Now, who should we take to pilot this? Now, will these things provide us with SES? I think we will try. But so we are going to throw in Jasilla, our scientist. We're going to set up another scientist. And the Lanacan, we are going to send up. Do we want to send up another pilot? How many pilots have we got? Dufred. We've got 1, 2, 3, 4 pilots. Or we could set up 5 pilots. No, 1, 2. Alright, let's send up Dufred. Why not? So they'll always have a pilot there. Alright, so save and let's see if we can get this to the moon. Now, the thing that we're going to do is we're going to see if we can actually get some stuff. Can we do atmosphere analysis while stowed? Seismic scan. Let's save it. Dufred, can you exit EVA? Oh no! No, Dufred! No! No! Dufred! Dufred survived! EVA report. Save for sample. Oh, Dufred. Good thing you landed on your head. Alright, well, we can't go anymore. Damn, Dufred. What the hell, man? What the hell? Alright, so we're going to have to recover the vessel. Can't launch without a pilot, and there's no way for him getting back in. $172 funds. Okay, so we got like, wasn't so bad. We got everything recovered. Dufred is very courageous, but very, very, very dumb. Come on, there was a big enough space for the Kerbal to fit over there. Alright, so in that case, we can actually get rid of this thing because we really can't do anything with it. Alright, so save and ooh, who have we got? Dufred and Gisela. Alright, so they're ready. Launch. Okay, want to try EVA again? No. No. No more EVAs. Dufred is staying where he's meant to be. In the cockpit. Hey Shavak. Oh, I got your craft. We will do at the we'll have a look at your craft soon. So we're going to log the scientific data. We're going to keep. We're going to see if we can maybe put it into the lab later. Alright, so time to head to the Muna station. Okay, I can actually close that. Alright, so, and we can actually close that. So, let's hopefully this time we are not going to have wibbly wobblies. So, 3, 2, 1. 270,000 in smoke. Alright, so it's looking good. Up to 70. We do the turn. There is no wobbling. The wibbly wobblies are not happening. There are no wibbly wobblies happening. That is very cool. Come on. Dufred the doofus is not dumb. He just has issues with retaining information in the pursuit of protecting his life. That's all. Can happen to anybody. Alright, so here we go. We are sort of moving. Oh, our tip is getting red. We're getting red tip. Red tip syndrome. That's fine, get rid of that. And 70. Right, actually this happened at exactly the right time because this is a slightly weaker thing. So it is dropping it. That's actually looking very good. So yeah, the weaker engine cut in at just the right time. Look at that. Ourselves nice and we just now 98, 99 and 100. Damn, that is looking good. Right, so add a maneuver at the Apo. Now we can actually get rid of this now. Right, and this is at 26.6. So actually, this was actually turned out to be a really good launch. Problem is, don't know if we're going to be able to save that. Won't. Don't think we will be able to. Different will take your offer and raise you. Different the doofus. He's not a very smart man. So at 27 seconds, we are going to start burning. And that should put us into orbit. So yeah, we've got lots of... Nice. This is actually working out really well. 27 seconds. And boost. That's Right, so that will fall down. Question is, I don't know if it's going to be saved. But that stage recovery thing, that is a great tip. I was just randomly packing on parachutes hoping it would save. That was my strategy. My strategy was completely wrong. So how much are we going to have left? No, difference smaller than that. He's a numbskull, but he's not entirely stupid. He would never blame his god. Never. Alright, so we could now actually do this. Look at that. All the power. You don't rat on the glorious leader. That's exactly right. That is exactly right. And you know, just for that, just for getting that right, have 50 credits. just for sucking up so well, have 50 credits. Okay, so now we are going to plot our way towards the moon. We're going to set this as the target. We should probably meet up around there. So if we add a maneuver over here. Your bribe has been accepted. Damn straight. We never bribe viewers. Okay, we do. We bribe them all the time. It's what we do. Oh, there we go. So let's have a look at where this is going. So we're going to focus on that one. Oh, perfect. Perfect. That's exactly what we want. Alright, so 8:38. So at exclamation point bribe. I don't have a bribe command yet. But that's a good idea for a command. 1 minute 39. Alright, so let's get this guy into position. Over there. And let's speed this up. And at 21 seconds before, that's when we fire off. Of course, remember this is hard mode. There is no backseas or anything like that. We stuff up. We pretty much have to recover some other way. There we go. We're going to bring this onto that mark. And at 21 seconds, we've got to start the burn. And this will send us plummeting towards the moon, where we're going to have to try and get ourselves into orbit. And meet up with the station. Not going to be easy. We shall do it. Okay, so let's have a look at this. And here we go. Alright, so using up all the fuel from that. That's looking good. And now this one, which is a much weaker engine. But in space, we don't need that, really. The moon is easy to hit. Yes, yes, but we're trying to do it at a very low fuel cost. There it is. And look at you guys jumping into wormholes. Just pick a hole and jump into it. Guys are sating your interest in dark holes. Very sad. And there we go. 15. Done. Yep. Pretty impressive. Right, now I wonder, can I do this a little bit more? Here we go. Look at that. Lovely. Okay. So what height is that? That's 49. This is at 105. There you go. Done. Okay, so at this point, we will add... Oh no. You want to kind of get it where it's crossing it. I have to actually bring this down. Let's do it. Let's bring that down. Yes, it is. Oh! Damn it! Bring it. Oops, slow down. Other way. So we brought it down, but I've got to kind of bring it out of there. Now, of course, I could have done this really a lot more efficiently by actually working out what I wanted to do with the maneuver node. But I try to be a smartass. No, I've got myself into trouble. Okay. So you see, I'm not trying to get this thing so that it actually... Right, let's work this out over here. Let's do this properly. So what we've got to do is essentially what I needed to do is I need to drop this down. So there we go. I'm going to drop that down a bit. Well, why didn't it work the first time I did that? Stupid thing. 78. Okay, see, like there, it's dropped it down so that we will actually cross over the thing. So I can actually do the circularization when it crosses over. And what this is in aid of is to kind of get this guy that we can actually circularize in that and get into the same plane at the same time. Now, instead of doing multiple burns, you can do it all in one burn. And doing everything in one burn is kind of you get far more efficiency to do stuff in one burn. Oh, crap, no wonder. It's because I had this... I was fighting my own craft. Skill. Yes, always make sure that you've got it... You don't have it on... Not fighting against your own pilot. Never a good thing. Fight against your own pilot. Unless it's doofus. Then you have every right to fight against him. Okay, so there we go. Look at that. We've brought it down. So, in fact, it's even at that point, actually. But when I circularize that, I can actually just do this. And see, set as target. and actually get this kind of almost on the same plane. So look at that. Now, interesting enough, if I bring this all the way down, it's not quite there. We'll just have to do just do it there, and we'll figure out a best way to bring it down. Okay, done. So 250, 253 to bring us down to that stage. That will put us in orbit. So we're going to add this to the alarm so that we don't miss it. And we are just going to fly. Now it's going to be like a 49 or something second burn. What I'm going to do is I am going to get myself into position. Might as well get myself into position. We've got no problems with communication anymore, so that's good. Got all the satellites in that, and that works. So have you guys all got something exciting for the weekend to do? It's Friday. Yay, Friday. Now, if it's not Friday for you, then you should live in the now. Stop living in the past. The reason I was asking, I want to see how much I was taking off by going straight to the moon without orbiting Kerbin. I wouldn't imagine it'll be far different than doing the orbital maneuver and stuff like that. I don't think you would save that much, to be honest. Alright, so look at this. 25 seconds before we start the burn. Alright, so this is where the alarm's going to kick in and say, "Hey-oh, it's coming up." Say thank you. And I'm just going to move forward till 40. Okay, so get everything right. "25 seconds. Boost." Right, so we are getting ourselves, look at this, getting ourselves into orbit around the moon in the exact position that we need to be. Okay, so nice. That is good enough. Look at that. We pretty close to the plane of this, and this is where we're going to. We're going to the lunar station. So now what we've got to do is, this is below us, so it's going to catch up with us. So what we've got to do is we've got to look at a place where we can drop down to meet up with it. So let's have a look. See, if I move it over there, okay, and I say over there is 156. However, if I move along it, look how it's getting closer, closer, closer. That's the cool thing about doing it this way. Getting closer, closer, closer. 30. 8.8 kilometers. We're closer. 765. Oh. 7.9. So now, that's 8. So if I boost it up a bit, that's 6.3. I'll bring it back. 5.8, 4.3, 2.5. Boom, 0.01 kilometers. Coming in almost horizontally. The Bagman, what happened? Oh, Bagman got his ass handed to him. Right, so in 52 minutes, I've got a 11.5 second burn, and that will get me within 0.1 of the station, which is perfect. Right, so let's see. 11. All right, so we're pretty close. So what we're doing over here is we will get this ready to burn. And again, this is target. It really doesn't matter because I'm using the maneuver node. That's the orbit, that's the surface. Again, it doesn't particularly matter because I'm only using the maneuver thing. So that's the only one I'm interested in. And that's the same all over the place. Yeah, the alien probe really needs your bribes, and you do that by going on adventures and failing. So this is 1.1 seconds before, which we won't do. We'll probably start a little bit before that and kind of just do a low burn. So let's see. So get this in order. Maybe start at about 4. Right, so let's see where that is. How is that? Intersect of 0.02 kilometers at a speed of 14.5 meters per second. That is great. So we're 44. So what we're doing, when this craft is actually moving, it's not moving too badly, to be honest. So there's the target speed. All right, so bring this around. 35, 33, 32. So it's getting closer. We're within 10 kilometers now. 5 kilometers. Okay. So within 5 kilometers of it. So what we're going to do is we're going to get ourselves ready to slow down towards the target, because we are heading at the target at 20 meters per second. And look at that, it's going still perfectly there. Okay, so we're just getting prepared. 5 kilometers away. We've got to slow ourselves down, you know. But we're not going to do anything yet. We don't need to. Alright, there we go. 1.3 kilometers away. So now we can actually start slowing down because this is a big ship, so it's going to take us time. I'm just moving this, be a little bit more accurate with it. 8.1 kilometers, 8.1 meters per second. And we are a kilometer away. So it's still going in at 8, which is high, but we should be able to slow ourselves down. I suppose maybe I'll drop myself, when I get to 500, I'll drop myself to a much lower speed. How high ore concentration? Yes, different planets can give different ore concentrations. So it's it can depend on what you're scanning, where you're scanning, what planet. I mean, not everything has got like high ore concentrations. I mean, Ike is a pretty good ore concentration thing. Hey, Leshy. Right, so this is the first part of our station. This will increase the crew numbers and give it. The only thing we're missing now is the fuel, which we can do in separate launches. I'm going to kind of bring this down to maybe 4 meters per second. Right, we're getting close to this. As you can see, just slowly getting closer and closer to it. Will I kill both stations on one boom? The answer to that is highly unlikely. However, we have Doofred, the doofus, who falls out of his ship when it's parked on the ground. Everybody's still wondering how he got through the canopy. How did he actually get through the shell? Nobody knows. Some have theorized that he's a superhero, and that's why falling from that distance on his head did not harm him one bit. In fact, if anything, it made him more intelligent. The 8 ball says no. The 8 ball, it knows it all. Yeah, I've got my relative speed really low at the moment. I mean, I suppose it's time now to kind of slow us right down. No, I'm waiting for... Within 130... Okay, that's good enough. Right, so we are going to control from here. Control from here. Now the other thing we're going to do is I am going to remove this heaviest part. Maybe switch it over to grandparent part. Don't want any heaviest part things. In fact, I'm going to remove this auto strut here. Me getting impatient? Never. Okay, I will. Right, so there we go. We got that there. Now, let's have a look at where we are going to dock this thing. We want to dock it over here. Now, what we're going to do is I'm going to actually just turn this around. Kind of make this docking easier. Yes, I know it's a terrible way of doing it, but my way of doing it, and so screw you all. Okay, and now we are gonna, that's our docking port. So we're gonna pull up our docking meter, and we are going to set this thing into the right orientation. Morning, Azalis. We are just setting this guy into the right orientation for docking. Now you want to match it up with, so now the docking ports are aligned. Well, sort of. Okay, so that's kind of pretty close. I'm going to just bring this around like that. Okay. Now what we do is we turn on the RCS and we start bringing this closer. Now it says it's moving away from it, which is fine, because what we'll do is we'll move away and then we'll come back down into it. I think oh Jesus, that's like a daymare. That is a daymare. Ooh. No. Bagman, that is a one step too far. Now, we do not want that to happen. Ever. We do not even want to think about the implications of that happening. Nope. God damn it, I've got that image in my head now. I've got that image in my head and it's... I'm living a nightmare now, just thinking about that. Hey, Gypsy. Okay, so what we've done is we've now sent up... We've decided instead of doing the station is one big thing, we've set it up as multiple parts. So this is the first part, and then the fuel is going to be a separate one to go in. Right, so that is now going towards... I mean, it's looking pretty good. It's looking very fine. Oh, we got control from here. Wait, aim camera. So it's nighttime docking. Let's turn the lights on. It is a nighttime docking, but you know, actually our battery's holding out just fine. Now the battery's going to be useful for this because this really doesn't have a lot of batteries. Okay, so see, this is perfectly aligned. We're just kind of waiting to get into above it. Man, bear, pig. Look at that. And this is a big craft, so we've got to be very soft with the... We've got to be very gentle with the docking procedure on this. It's going to be a matter of lightly brushing tips. Not even touching tips, just lightly brushing the tips. That's kind of what we need to do. Right, so look at that. That's coming in. There you go. Bring that a bit there. Look, we're coming at 0.02. Remember, we're gonna brush those tips with love. That's all the power that we need for this. And can you see that all right? Right, so I'm reducing this down to 1 meter per second. Again, when you deal with big heavy craft, you want to, you know, have it as gentle as possible. Turn on caps lock. Do a soft. Right, and as it gets really close, I'm going to turn off my SAS and RCS. So look at that, beautiful, beautiful. All right, so let's see what we've got. Expand Muna Station. Right, we've got to have some more fuel. So that's kind of the biggie now. Get more fuel. So if I take this fuel and I pump it into there. I take the, okay, so there we go. So take this and do out, out, and this one, and do in. That's moving all the fuel from there into there. Okay. So we've just filled up that fuel. Done. Alright, now what we could actually do is we can get rid of this one. Don't need it anymore. So we can do this. Put that down there. Put that over there. And when we hit space, off it goes. Where's it going? Nobody knows. But it's away from us. Alright, so that is our station. Now what we've done is we've given it some extra, you know, extra comms. We've given it some of this. We've got this guy which we are going to transfer Dufred. He's going to go help in the lab. And let's see, we could start research. Now there's nothing to research. Of course, there could be, could do a crew report. Level up the crew, nope. Can we do a crew report? Okay, Dufred, time for you to go EVA. How much cables have we got? Time for you to go EVA. And you can do a EVA report. Lovely. Report. So review data. Throw it in there. So it's, yeah, it's not really so we can stop research over here. Review data. Alright, so it's not actually doing anything. Oh, you know what I can do? Here's what I can do. So transfer crew. Now, which is Razzie? Transfer Resi to this part and transfer Gisela to this part. So we've got 2 scientists in the lab. We'll leave Doofus alone by himself. But in this lab, we've now got 2 scientists. All of a sudden, my rate of research has gone up to 5. We've got 2 scientists in there. So that's, yeah, that's a biggie. All right, now we've got to do, to complete this, we've got to get a lot of fuel up here. We've got to get another 6,000, we've got to get a total of 6,214 units. Now it says it's got 214 units. It's got more than that now because we've added 360, 720, 360. So we've added over 1,000 units of fuel. So really we've got to get another 5,000 units of fuel up there. And that's kind of what these docking ports are for, to dock them around. And that will work that way. All right, so Doofus is sciencing. They left him with Play-Doh in the science lab, and he's kind of happy. He says, "Look at me, I'm sciencing." But I think what we're going to do is we're going to end this over here. And I'm going to go now. Yesterday, Shelfolk asked me about why his rocket isn't flying. So we didn't get a chance yesterday to look at it because of the Media card. So what I'm going to do with this one, what I'm going to do now is I'm going to switch over to sandbox mode, and we're going to have a look at Shelfolk. I never say his name properly. Shelfolk. We're going to look at his rocket and see if there's anything, you know, what's wrong with it. If there's anything we can do to fix it up. I just want to get onto the sun area. E0, and there we go, sun. Alright, so we're going to save this. We're going to say, oops, caps lock. So, Shell, you still here? Alright, and let's quit to the main menu. You changed the booster stage. So you've got a new file. Yeah, okay. So let me just quickly save this new file. And sandbox tester. Okay. Right, so there it's saved in there. So yeah. So normally on Fridays I used to do the tutorial series. I mean, I don't mind going, you know, at the end of the stream and that, going through and seeing why stuff works, why stuff doesn't work. So resume saved, sandbox tester. So we're just in sandbox mode now. This has got all the kind of funny things, but it's only using stock parts of here. Alright, so get rid of that. So as you can see, I've got the same sort of the same sort of mods that I had in the last one, but it's no part mods or anything like that. It's only informational mods. And let's go into the vehicle assembly, and I dumped Shell's new file in here. So let's load it up. 2B. Now this was his new one. That was his previous one. This was his new one. Okay. So I can already see the problem with this rocket. I'm already seeing a problem with this rocket. Yeah, it's got a lot of Delta V, but Does anybody else see the problem with this rocket? Oh, and hey, Anders TV. So, this, right? Well, let's just fly this and see what happens. But immediately I can see it was the same problem we had with the last rocket shell. And this is what's going to be cool. Is we're going to look at this. We're going to see why things have happened and stuff like that. And Gypsy's got it in one. All right, so let's start this up. Okay, and also you see this line should usually be down here. It just makes it easier to kind of steer it. All right, so 3, 2, 1, launch. Now that looks fine. Let's turn on our aerodynamics overlay. Now everything looks fine over there so far. Now we are going to turn at 70. Right, so we get over there, and you can see it's actually very hard to turn. All right, now that's kind of why I pressed like D to turn, but because that line is wrong, it's turned me to go to a southerly direction. So that's kind of very non-typical of the stuff I do. Okay, so everything's going there. We're getting to that sort of height. Get rid of that. And the flip. Right, we have to actually fire that one off. Well, immediately we had that flip. Alright, so what's going on here? So what's going on with this thing? Let's go back to the let's revert flight to the vehicle assembly. Yeah, so that's the first thing I would do is turn it around. That's kind of the first thing. So just kind of in the second thing is look at your stages. You release this stage, and then you should bring this stage so the next rocket fires off immediately. Okay, so that's one idea. So we just make that small change. Just make that small change and see what happens. I'm just going to save it over there, and we're going to launch it. So I just rotated the rocket. So let's see. Now I'm used to kind of now if you're used to the other way, that's fine, but I'm always used to this line being down there. So when I press D, it turns in that easterly direction. Alright, so we're going to launch this again. Now the other interesting thing about this is look at this. If I put my thruster down to 0, it doesn't matter because we're dealing with solid fuel rockets. So there's no controlling them at all. They've got no gimbals, so you can't steer them. The only reason this thing is able to turn is because of the probes, oops, at the top, and even they don't. It's an effort to turn it. So the probes at the top, you've actually got no control over your rocket at all. And that's really the issue. Now, what's going to happen when I'm trying to turn this to make it fall over? Put on my aerodynamics, right? Oh, and there we go. Okay, so you've got that flip. So let's figure out let's see if we can change this a little bit to kind of be a little bit more controllable. So we go to the vehicle assembly. Now actually, Shavak, your first one was a little bit better, I think. So this was the first file he sent me. Galileo 2A. And let's just pick this up. So this was the first one he sent me. It's the same sort of thing, but the boosters were done differently. And again, it's the same problem over here. You know, it worked exactly, it had the exact same issue. But when you launch it, see, a lot of times, I mean, now, Kenny had this problem as well, trying to get to the moon. He had huge rockets. That it was just too much. Oops, see, I've got absolutely no steering control at all. I've only got look at that speed, look what it's picking up. I've got, yeah, and there we go, there's a flip. There's absolutely no control, it's going too fast. Alright. But what we're going to do with this is let's work at getting this done properly. So, first of all, let's get rid of these boosters. Let's maybe extend this guy. Kind of give us a little bit more. Okay. That's a lot, and that's kind of almost enough to get us into orbit. You know, I'm just looking at this first stage. That is actually enough. That is enough to get us into orbit. Now, Shell, what did you want to do? Did you want to get yourself into orbit, or you want to go to the moon or stuff like that? You know, a moon flyby, or what exactly was this thing going for? You see, I mean, even that alone, that's like 199. So, I mean, this is a lot. This is a lot. Now, what we could also do is, if we wanted to make this like really kind of big, even that. Ah, there we go. So if we do that one, look at that, 129. So it's a little bit low. Moon orbit and return. Okay. So moon orbiter, or a moon flyby, or a moon orbit. Two different things. So if we go into the moon, so let's look at that. First of all, that will be kind of the part that you want to go to the moon for and return. There you go, that's plenty. That is plenty of delta V. In fact, you don't even need that much. What you could probably do is you could probably minimize the top part. And that will take you to the moon, because if we look at our chart, so to get to the moon is about 860. Then to get yourself into orbit of the moon is around 310. So let's look at, playing it safe, let's look at 1200 delta V to get to the moon and orbit. 1200 delta V. And then to get back is, I mean, it's about 300 delta V or so to get back. Not that much. Of course, if you want to then get back in orbit, that's a different story. So, let's say you want to get back in orbit. So, right, we'll use that one then. So there you go. That will be your moon area. So This is the top part for the moon area. Now this particular design is interesting because you don't actually have a lot of it's not aerodynamic, so you might need to use a cup. Ideally you would want to use something over to make it smoother, but we're not going to do that just yet. So there you go, that's enough for your moon area. So now you want to get yourself up into orbit. So this would actually almost get you up into orbit. This would get you up into orbit. 3.7. Problem is, it's a little bit on the low side. So what you then can do is, if you place these, but you don't need a lot of these, just do 2 of these, like that. The reason why this one is still here is this will provide you with the height. So, let's bring this engine and those side engines to fire at the same time. That's 189. And we can adjust these to get down to 170. And there you go, 4175. That is plenty. So we've lost 2 of these because these provide boosts that don't provide control. This is gimbaled. If you look at this engine, it is the mainsail engine. Is it the mainsail? Skipper. The skipper engine. If you look at that gimbal range, a 2-degree gimbal range. So let's look at that. So we've made just a tiny change to it. We extended this fuel tank. This is the only change we've done. We've extended this fuel tank, and we've placed. We've removed 2 of these and placed it, and got them all to fire off at the same time. So let's have a look at how this one goes. So I'm going to call this Galileo Mark or Tel 1. And let's see how this goes. Okay, son. Catch you later. I will be back tonight to do some more rock. We're going to play some more rock tonight. And yeah, we're going to play some more. And this time we're going to actually build stuff. They released a patch to fix stuff. Fix the wrench issue and stuff like that. So there was already a patch this morning. Okay, so we're going to turn on the overlay and let's fire this off. We got it at full power. And 3, 2, 1, go. Okay, so you got all your engines firing off at the same time. Okay, so it's going up to 70 and we do the turn. Now look how easy that turned because I've got the control of the gimbal. Right, and we're just going to try keep this in that prograde vector. Now you should see, you can see the drags happening, the drag lines there. You can see the drag lines happening. At the top is actually okay. And we're just following this down. We're staying in the prograde vector. It's picking up speed, but we're just staying in the prograde vector like this. Now we are picking up a little bit, we are going a little slightly fast, but not a problem. Okay, so we got rid of those, but we got no flip it or anything like that. And I mean, we're still going. Look at that. Not the easiest rocket to fly, but it's working just fine. Now we're increasing. There is no more problem with the no more problems with aerodynamics. I mean, it is a bit of a bouncy rocket because it's a single stage all the way to the top. Yeah, it's picking up speed there. Again, because this is thing, we can actually throttle down a bit. Now we can throttle down a bit to kind of lower that Lower the stress. Alright, there you go. No more. Push it up. And you see, look at our height. Yeah, the gimbaled engines allow you to steer. That's the key. And there we go. Up to 100. So the gimbal engines allow you to steer. The solid rockets have got no gimbals at all. They just straight out burn. So what you could do is you have a gimbaled engine that will allow you the steering ability, and you can use kind of the solid rockets to just give you that extra initial boost. That's really what they're for. Alright, so this is up there. So at the apoapsis, add a maneuver. At the apo, we can circularize that. 789. Get this guy over there, and that's at 14 seconds. Alright, let's get him onto that maneuver. And alright, at 14. In fact, we could just actually press that button and that will keep us on the maneuver. 14, done. So that's why if you watch when I do the rockets, I really use solid fuel boosters, because you can't turn them off. You've got no control over them at all. So there we go. We are now in orbit. That was kind of almost like a, that's put us in orbit. We want to go to the moon. Set as target. The moon is coming around, so we should be around here. Add a maneuver. Pull that out. There we go. Alright, and mark that over there. Alright, and this is 41 second total burn, starting 11 seconds before. So we set this to the maneuver node, get up to so you definitely want an engine with gimbals. That's why it's like, that's the difference. If you look at the two engines, the RJ45 and the RJ30. The 30 you say, oh, that's a better engine because it gives you more power. But the 45 gives you gimbals. So I use the 30 as side boosters and the 45 as that's great, Charles. Okay, so that's good. So does anybody else have any sort of questions about, kind of building things, or have issues with rockets, or doesn't understand what we've just done over here? And that's, this is what I enjoy doing. I enjoy looking at the problem and seeing if we can figure out why it's doing it. And obviously I would try to lose a lot of this because you're carrying a lot of extra weight, which you don't need. That's kind of why I generally use too many stages. Yeah, the orange tank helps a ton. You've got a lot of fuel in the orange tank. But again, if you don't have it, you could have, it shouldn't be a problem with other tanks. Right, so this is going off. Now we've still got 2,400 delta V on this, so we've got plenty of delta V. Okay, so here we go. Done. Okay, so let's have a look. So this is off to the moon. So if we go to the moon and we focus view, yeah, we're getting nice and close. Now what we can do over here, add a maneuver and circularize, and that's going to cost us 208 delta V. We've got 2,292 left, but we have 2,000 delta V back. And let's fast forward to this. All right. Yeah, delete alarm. Set the maneuver up. Ah, okay. Boom, we just had another issue. You've got no solar panels on this. So we've run out of electricity. So now we can't move. This little engine does not have an alternator on it. So firing this engine will not charge you up. So, as you can see, you're not getting any charge by firing this engine. So what you would have to do as well is you would have to have some form of some way to recharge. Now, if you use a different engine, you might be able to charge with that. But yeah. So I mean, again, this is a common mistake. People think, oh, this engine will provide it with electricity while it's burning, and most engines do. But if we go back to the assembler unit, is a little things that you've got to look at. So we look at the engines, and we look at this engine. It's got a gimbal, a 4-degree gimbal. It's got the propulsion and stuff like that, which is great. But now look at the LT30. One of the things at the top there, it says alternator. So this engine will charge while it's firing. This did not have an alternator. And the LT30 doesn't have a gimbal. The LT45 does have a gimbal. So those are the things. Now, somebody said with I mean, we could, obviously the easy solution to this whole problem is just throwing on, say, 2 panels. And that's problem solved. You put 2 panels there, problem solved. Yeah. No, but the Terrier is exactly the right engine to use for that stage. Absolutely, 100%. Now, the other thing that somebody asked was, we're going to call this tile 2, was, yeah, you've got the orange tank. So let's say you don't have the orange tank. How are you going to do this? You don't have the orange tank. We've only got the small tanks with small motors. And this is pretty much the same way, except you use kind of the small. So let's see if we got that there. And we now need to set this up slightly differently. Oh yeah. I mean, but I'm talking about you don't have the sort of. I mean, the orange tank. Okay, so basically your orange tank, like that, is equivalent of 2 of those. Now 2 of those, right? Which is equivalent of 4 of those. I mean, it's kind of a part thing. But that's kind of, the equivalence of it. But what I'm referring to, if you don't have an orange tank, getting the same sort of mission going, same sort of mission going without the orange tank. And this is where you start using things like the LT45, for example. So let's have a look at this. pop this in there. So that's 1,800. Rating of 1.20. So now let's... Okay, so now we're going to add on, say something else. And maybe kind of... Maybe do the same thing over here. Oh, that's kind of... Right there. One needs to be over there. Oh, so that's 2.8. I mean, it's a pretty long rocket, so you probably don't want to go sort of to this length. I mean, this is kind of an unwieldy one. It's not quite there yet. I don't have a problem with it, to be honest. But I'll show you what what I would do with this. You say, for example, I would take this one away. I would do like that. Which one is this rocket there? Do it like that. Okay. So this stage is worth 1,000. This one is also worth 1,000, but it's got a lower delta V. And then I would put on things like this. This is kind of my own way of doing it. Is I would then add on these guys. Now, as you know, pop these guys over there, and then on the sides of these I would add the LT30s. Now the difference between the 30 and the 45 is the 30 does not have gimbals. And okay, so we put this there, and look at that, that's 252. Of course, you might want to say, you know what, just have two. Now one on either side. That's 197. That's not quite enough fuel. Now what you could also do is if I add like that. Okay, so these were... So what would happen with this situation? Yeah, it will be 3468. That would be enough. It would be enough to get us there. However, the situation that you've got with this is, even though all these guys have the same fuel, if you look at the various rockets, that's got an ISB of 265 310. That's got 250 320. So what will happen is this rocket will burn out before these rockets, because it's got a lower, it's got a lower ISB. So these rockets are more efficient than this one. I believe that's what's going to happen. Or one or the other, but you could see that small amount over there. That small amount over there is what the difference is. So they will burn out at different times. That's what I'm trying to get to. So you might be carrying the extra weight. So what you would do in this case is take these fuel ducts, and you place one going from the outer engines going to the inner engines. And what will happen when you do this is, if I right click and do the fuel delivery, the fuel will come out, will burn out here, but will also flow into the central tank and burn out there. So these guys would empty quicker, but when they are finished and you drop them off, you will still have your central thing going. Now look at that, that's actually increased it by 200 delta V. So if we go and say, make this aerodynamic and throw in some struts just to make sure that this doesn't wobble too much. Whoops. Hang on. is going on here? So that it doesn't wobble too much. And also what you would probably want to do is you would want to make sure that if you've got these, that it's a clean separation. So you put these on there like that, so that when it separates, it pushes them away from your craft. And bring this down like that, and push this to fire off when it does the separator. And there we go, 366 and stuff like that. Now, it still says 0.09. Yeah, the problem with the solid boosters as the side thing is you got to make sure your solid boosters kind of end before your inner engine ends. So this would kind of be my way of doing this. I prefer the liquid engines as opposed to the solid boosters. And yeah, so let's look at how this guy, for example, goes. Should I call this tail 2? Tail 3. So let's look at this one goes. Now we can look again with solid boosters. But this is how I would do it without the big engines. And every time you do a stage, there we go, we got this. And see, all the engines are firing. Now the central one is the RJ45. And what you're looking over there, you see how the fuel's depleting? The central one, the fuel is not depleting at all, because it's all the engines are burning, but it's using the outer tanks first. They get up to 70, you do the turn. Let me turn on this. And of course, with stage recovery, you know, you can save the outside tanks. So even though it costs more, you've got a lot more control over it and stuff like that. So look, also, when do you get rid of these guys? Or when they stop burning? In other words, when they're out of fuel. That's when you get rid of them. As you can see, this is going up. You can kind of see what's happening. Oh. And there you go. There's your problem that you got with the drag. So that's what happens when you don't keep exactly in the prograde. Alright, so that's what happens when you don't keep in the prograde. I'll show you again. So that's why I had the, and this is another common thing, is people do these rockets like this, and they wonder why it flips. And if you look, do the exact same thing again. Look at what's happening on top here. So as we're picking up speed, right, you can see kind of the red line forming, the drag lines. And the blue lines are the lift lines. So there's nothing at the moment, it's still too slow. But as it picks up speed, oh, there, overlay enabled. As it's picking up speed, you can see the drag lines over there. Now look, you can see start of the drag lines happening. There you go. See these drag lines? Now that might be because of, and then you got the lift line, so as long as I keep it directly in there, I can be alright. As soon as I stray just a tiny bit out of that, it will flip. So I've got to really make sure that I'm kind of in the center. Because look at these drag lines. See, look, it's trying to pull away. But I can maintain it if I keep this right in the center all the time. In that prograde, I'm dealing with the drag by keeping it in that prograde area all the time. Until you get to a high enough, thin enough air where it's not going to affect it that much. Like right now, I'm at about 20 kilometers, so The air's thin enough that it's not going to be an issue anymore. Or too much of an issue. So you see it's still got that lift and you still got that drag. And that's kind of what you've got. So this is why, I mean, that was one thing that was happening there. Okay, now this engine is obviously, it's not ideal because it had a low thrust, so our vertical speed dropped. But it's the drag lines. We were too worried about the drag lines to look at anything else. And as you can see, our vertical speed is dropping. So we are still going up, but not great. Yeah, because you've kind of look at all the lifting that's happening. Now there is a way around this as well. So let's go back to the vehicle assembly. And let's look at how we can convert this. Now look at that. That's at 0.09 at this particular position. It's lifting too much. Now there's a way to kind of deal with this pretty quickly. Get rid of that. And that's at 1.1. However, it's going to burn for a lot less. And it's dropped it a lot less. So what you're going to do is you can do this. You can now put the equivalent fuel on these guys like that. And you're pretty much up to the same thing, but when it hits this stage, it will have 1.11 burn rate. So that will kind of solve that engine dropping too low. The other thing that you've got is you've still got this guy. You've still got the problem with this, but you can deal with it if you want. You can deal with it quite easily like that. Or you can do an even easier way to deal with it. And you use one of these guys. Bring this around like that. Up him there like that. Bring this kind of up. Okay, so you covered that up there. Now where's this? Let's give it its own thing. Okay, now let's have a look at this. So we've created that so it's over 1. I mean 1.8 is still a little bit low, but it's only for a small amount before the other engine kicks in. Now because it's lifting that's dropped it as well. So again, you could go into maybe 4 of those if you really wanted to. And we'll call this number 4, save and launch. And so what we've done is we've now streamlined it. So let's have a look at exactly the same one, but now that we've got that there to help with the aerodynamics. And launch. Again, we're going to do the exact same launch as we did before. However, the side engines are going to last for a little bit longer. Right, so up it gets up to 70. And we do the turn. Okay, we're just following the turn. Now, look at the where the red lines. There's some over there, drag lines. Nothing at the top. Absolutely nothing at the top. We are not fighting with this rocket at all. Oh, well, that's not a very sharp tip. And again, as the fairing just smooths it out. I haven't had any sort of real issue with different size tips. Obviously, you don't want to make it completely flat, but I mean, as you can see, nothing's really happening with this. So look at that. It's picking up high speed, but we've got absolutely no issue with stability of this. See, look at that. Now there is absolutely no drag lines at all with this. Get rid of these. No issue with the drag lines. This guy is just working. Our vertical speed is dropping a little bit, but it's at 1.29. Of course, our horizontal speed is picking up a lot. And again, no drag lines, no issues. Our height is going up. Our orbital speed is increasing. So this looks like a good launch. Waiting for that fuel to end. Yeah, 1.51. Yeah, absolutely. I'm not fighting anything. Alright, so this this is the final stage that should take us, you know, into the orbit. And because I'm dropping off the dead weight all the time, yeah, it costs more, but by dropping off the dead weight, it's making the mass of the rocket a lot less, meaning it's easier to push. You don't need to use as powerful engines in the upper stage as you do below. So look at that. And look at our speed. And boom, at 100. And our speed is at 2000. So what it means to orbitalize this upper axis is only going to cost us 397, which is just the final part of the stage. Now the other key is, right, we're already up this high. We can actually get rid of the fairing. Now look at what it says. It says I need a 10-second or 25.9 second burn. 397 delta V. Get rid of the fairing. All of a sudden, 24-second burn. Because the mass of the fairing's gone. It's still the same amount, but it's less time required to do that burn. All right, and now we're in there. Now we're up there. Yeah, and we can do the same sort of thing. So that's a disillusioned. So that's kind of what we, that's one way to do it. Now, let's go back and just look at, say, you dead set. You want to use your what do you call it? Solid rockets. So let's go to the vehicle assembly and let's look at what you can do with that. So let's remove these guys and let's throw on the solid rockets. Alright, so let's have a look at what the problem is with these solid rockets. Where's it? There we go. Solid fuel boosters. Yes, they're cheaper. Alright, so if I bring this up, the burn time of these solid fuel boosters is 42 seconds. The burn time of this guy is 58 seconds. 58.4 seconds. Okay. I'll do it like that. Yeah, 58.4 seconds. So the solid rocket is 42 seconds, which is less than 58 seconds. Now if we adjust this, as we adjust this, you can see kind of the burn time is increasing. So as long as we are above, above 7, let's call it 77, we kind of will finish burning before this rocket finishes. Of course, you could always do what we did, let's pop this on both. Alright, so the bottom stage will be 55 and then 58. Now, if we put them together, there's a 3.2 second difference. However, it's 1.93, so I'd have to actually, and that's at 76. So in order to get this to actually fly well, I'd have to do it like that. And what this will mean is that this stage will finish burning before this stage finishes burning, with which you don't actually want. And of course, that's only 25,000 delta V, or 2,500 delta V. Sorry, that is not enough. That is not nearly enough to get up. So I mean, we could put more, but again, 2,800, and yet it's not going to be, it's not going to be burning long enough. So let's say if I do this, and do that there, and bring this down to, now how much is that? 165. But all the rockets are burning at the same time. Okay, so question, how long are these burning for? 1 minute 14. And the main and the central rocket is 156. So that way should work. How much delta V total? 33. So again, it's not even enough to get us up there. I mean, it might barely just get us on top, but not really enough to really do it. I mean, we can fly this now, and we can see what's going to happen with this guy. So let's launch this. And I mean, we will get up, but we'll have to go into our final stage to do it. So let's have a look. Full power. And off. So it's, we've adjusted it, so look at that, it's like a 145 now. We've got the 45, so we've got the steering ability, which we, because we've got that central engine still firing, we've got the steering ability of it. We've got F12. We've got the shielding is saving us from drag issues. And you can see kind of the solid fuels are burning faster than the liquid fuels. I mean, there's our drag, but it's around the engines, it's not around the top part. Around the engines is fine, you expect that. Around the top part is where you usually have your issues. Okay, and there it goes. Okay, so get rid of those. And this is, I mean, so there it is, using the solid fuel ones, but in combination with a liquid fuel. You've just got to be careful that your solid fuel burns out before your liquid fuel does. Otherwise, you lose your control, and you just lose control of your craft because you've got no gimbals for steering. And there we go, we're at good height. So two different so that's like what, 3 different methods now of doing that. Using solid fuel rockets, using normal rockets. I definitely prefer the one with the using the liquid fuel and piping it into the center. That is my preferred method. You've got a lot of control. It's your central core is the key. But this is, there you go. Boom, at 100. Hit the upper axis. Add maneuver. And that's going to cost us 577. Of which we've only got, in this stage, 148. So we actually have to go into this last stage. We have to hit this last stage to kind of, yeah, we've got to use this last stage, you know, to even get us into orbit. Where the other ones we didn't even need to use the last stage. You know, it's like a tiny bit of the last stage. This we've got to use at least 400 of the last stage. That will drop us down to 2000, which is fine. Not a problem. You've got enough delta in the last stage to do that. But you know, it's something that you've got to actually pay attention to. Anyway, so there it is. So I hope that helps you with that. And that is, I think, where we will end this. Where we'll end this tonight. Now I'm going to be back in about an hour and a half, where we were doing playing some more rock. And yesterday with the rock we were exploring. Today we were really going to look at the building and stuff like that. And last night we actually had a lot of the developers pop in. So if you've got any questions about rock and you know where they're going and what they're doing and how things work and that, then definitely stop by, and hopefully the developers will be there tonight as well and be able to answer some of your questions. But that's it for tonight. So if I don't see you, everybody have a good weekend, and I will see you on Monday bright and early. Well, not really bright and early for me, but on Monday at 6 AM UTC. So Cool Cat wants his dinner now, so I'm out of here. See ya. Bye.
Also takes you to Green Man Gaming as well. My Green Man Gaming